So today we're going to be back on the Gnoll trying out the Summoner background for 0.33. Now I haven't played Summoner since 0.32, and since then the book has been changed pretty dramatically, with Crocodile being added and the Dinosaur Egg as well. And I haven't tried the egg at all, but I can definitely say that Crocodile is one of the best new spells, certainly at that level 4 range. So I wanted to give this a shot using my standard strategy that I've been using with the Gnoll Ice Elementalist of Ash, where we force Ash either directly or by going through the good gods first and then abandoning into Ash as soon as we find him. And just learn all these spells in the starting spell book, give them a good try, and just kind of feel it out how the power level compares to my standard Ice Elementalist build. And the question really is about sort of the metagaming of this and whether or not it's worth forcing Ash over picking other gods. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a win on Summoner, Forgerite, Conjurer, Artificer, and maybe Alchemist probably, to compare sort of all the books, or all the starts anyway, that are in contention for sort of the best Gnoll starts, and force Ash on all of them and just do a side-by-side comparison. Obviously, it's going to be like an N of 1 probably for each, so this isn't study quality experimentation here, but just get a feel for all the spells in the starting book in 0.33 and compare them back to the Ice Elementalist, which I'm so fond of. So we'll dive right in here. Pretty standard stuff with Summon Mammal. We have a water opening, which is not great. Normally I would explore every direction at this point. I guess I'm not wanting to wade around in the water too much just yet, if I can help it. I could do this though. Okay, looks like it was worth doing. There was another item back over here, so maybe we'll go this direction. Dagger of Speed coming in. Right. Hello, I am not a Ice Elementalist anymore. I walked up to him and literally hit Cast Freeze button, and he didn't die. So now I'm like, ooh, okay, what do I do? I've got a Quokka. Geez, what a mistake that was. I'm going to step back into here. And yeah, okay. Just a little scary with the Dagger of Speed there, and starting out with the misplay. Double Quokkas. Very nice. We're going to remember now, we are not a melee character, or a melee range caster rather. We go into battles summoning 2 dudes and then staying back, which is something that I'm not used to doing at the start of the game. Now we're learning Imp. So now we're going to summon 3 dudes. That isn't a fight I would have taken on the Ice Elementalist, I can tell you that, with that many enemies. So as I was saying, the level 1 and 2 on Summoner is unquestionably stronger than the same levels for Ice Elementalist. I mean, just Freeze is never going to be as good as having 3 summons on the board, one of them having reach. So that's part of the reason I'm such a big supporter of Summoner for like top 3 starts, is I think that it's probably number 1 without question or without comparison until level 3. And then the thing about this is that at level 3 you get Canine Familiar, which is a fine spell. I do think it's slightly inferior to Ice Beast in my experience. And then of course you get one of the game's best spells at level 4 in the Crocodile. So I'm just, I'm not sure where to put it in terms of overall power level. It's obviously one of the best. It's just a question of how good is it. So that is a fight that we could have taken easily with the Ice Elementalist. We just would have had to back into the corridor. Whereas with Summoner, positioning gameplay is different. It's more of the kind of gameplay that I do in the end game once I'm full Summoner, which is my standard strategy basically. Here's level 3. So if I learn Dog here, I go down to 5 spell levels left. We'll be able to easily learn Croc next level. And those spells will be able to carry us certainly until we get another spell level or 2 for the egg. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to learn everything. Staff of Cold, good find for the resistances. Just have a look around here real quick. No stacks of scrolls. There's a sling, which we may actually just switch to. This is kind of interesting that Canine Familiar comes online at level 3 at 2% failure rate for the Gnoll, whereas the Ice Beast comes online at 10% failure rate at level 3. And that's just because it's dual school, whereas the Dog is single school. And so you're losing out on the resistances and the elemental damage that the Ice Beast has in exchange for getting it online earlier, the Dog, and being able to heal it, which I don't know, not a big fan of the heal versus just resummoning, but it also gets that cleave attack every time you do so. So, I don't know, it's interesting. All trade-offs. There's my Ice Beast in case I wanted that. There's the evidence at 10% fail rate. So the right play here, when dog is online at 2% fail rate or whatever, is just have it up all the time. And when you're full on mana, just re-imbue it with more energy so it can stick around longer. And when you consider that really that's what you want to be doing with Ice Beast as well, then you can directly compare Ice Beast with dog in terms of safety and survivability in the early dungeon. We're on D2 here and safely casting dog permanently, basically. And even on the Gnoll, I would say the Ice Beast isn't online permanently like this until level 5, probably. Character level 5, so maybe that's D4 or so. So you've actually got a couple of the most dangerous levels in the game in terms of D3, 4, D2 even, without your summon, or without reliably having your summon up before you even turn the corner into the enemy, be that an ogre or Sigmund or what have you. So, you know, really, I got to give it to the summoner book at this point for D1 through 5, probably, at least. And that's on the Gnoll, right? It'd be even deeper on other characters, probably. Because Ice Beast is going to be so much harder on other characters to get online. So that's interesting. You can also compare the AoE damage between the two books. So with Summoner, you have Frozen Ramparts. It's elemental damage, it's in an AoE, and it's incredibly reliable. But you are the tank, and you're standing in the center of that. You've got your ice armor up, probably. So you're quite defensive. You've got that defensive boost, and it's huge. You can't underestimate that. And that cold damage is especially good against adders and other poisonous enemies with high evasion, right? Because it can't be evaded either. And so somehow you've got to weigh that against having a lot of summons on the board, and that being effectively your AoE and also your defensive mechanism. So your body doesn't have the armor that Ice Elementalist grants you, but you are protected largely using your summons by just body blocking things and being able to switch out with them and so on. So, you know, I've always said that summons are the most powerful mechanism in the game, and it's pretty hard not to at least compare their strength with the Ice Elementalist book and say it's favorable at this point, the summoner over the Ice Elementalist at this point in the dungeon. Now, how big of a gap is it really? I think probably at this point it's pretty small. You know, it's close. But we've still got another spell to get online here in the Summon Seismosaurus Egg for the Summoner book, whereas the Ice Elementalist at this point is out of spells to learn. And so you're relying on spells, the same spells that you're using in D2 and D3 all the way through Lair in some games for the Ice Elementalist. And Summoner, on the other hand, is yet to get another spell online. which is probably quite powerful. So we'll see. I'm going to cut commentary here for a few minutes, and I'll be back in a few. So we've got Summon Seismic Source Egg online here at 16%, and we're about to use it. And I'll give you some live commentary for my thoughts on how it goes. Here we go. Okay, so we've got this egg cast. We're going to see if we can get some use out of it. So I have to be adjacent to it, and enemies have to be within this brown tiled area. So we'll step up, and we're going to use it to tank for us a little bit, maybe. The problem that I see is the fight's over. Okay. I'll try it again somewhere else. That's interesting. The dog just barked, which makes me think that it can lure things in, which you would obviously not want to happen. It's something to keep an eye on then. Let's see. Go with egg again. Okay, there's a little heart icon that shows that it's incubating. And there we go. Where'd he go? There he is, okay. All right. Oh, nice timing on this guy. Okay, that went extremely well. Distant avalanche of sand. There, the dinosaur just timed out. Nearby, there's Yurtamol. And there's our entryway. E. Step up. Now I'm hoping here that when we get this guy online, he attacked the turn he came out of the egg. That's notable. I'm hoping now that we can keep him in the fight for this entire zone at this point. Ooh, we got the AoE damage out there. Another AoE damage from him. Shockwaves doing extra damage to things that shatter would damage, I'm guessing. Using the same basic calculations. Let's see if we can keep him going. Oh, this is a tomb-based vault. Okay, and he timed out. So he times out pretty quickly after fights, it seems. Pretty strong, though, I have to say. Okay, I guess that was the whole vault. Interesting. Certainly an interesting spell. Remind myself here, we don't have curing yet. Curious what these 6 scrolls here are, but we're going to try to find curing. There's enlightenment. See, in this case, I'm trying to use Dinosaur like I would use B from Forge Right, where you cast it at like, well, from across the screen as soon as you see an enemy. And it doesn't want to work the same, of course, because you've got to get the enemy next to you or within that range. Ooh, 3 scrolls, very nice. Heal wounds. Okay, let's step back. I have poison resistance, and I have heal wounds now. I haven't found curing, but we're going to go for scrolls now, because I have the poison resistance and the healing. Otherwise, I would just keep going for more potions. Okay. So I suppose that's the intended tactic. To just summon it right away and then pull back and defend the area. Ooh, double miscast. Okay, so that works. Except that I killed it too fast. Right, so did it just time out? Yes. That's kind of annoying. I just don't know what to think about it quite yet. It's pretty clunky to use. There's Temple. And we're going to find Ash. Nope. Hit Control O. We still haven't found him, so we're going with the Shining one, of course. Shining one because if we get 2 pips of piety, then we get the Divine Shield ability, which is a shield which always blocks for 5 hits, I think, at least at this piety level, and blinds melee enemies that are blocked this way. It might reflect ranged damage as well, so it's very good. Oh, interesting. Imp is a demon, or at least evil, so I can't summon Imp anymore. That's okay. Learning as we go a little bit here. Double miscast, triple miscast. Freaking ouch. Use one of our many teleportation scrolls. Okay, let's try that again. I mean, that was me just trying to force egg. I miscast 3 times in a row. Pretty freaking rough. That should help. Intelligence ring. I'm just going to say, I know that Dispel Undead is a necromancy spell, but it seems like Dispelling Undead should be something that TSO people would be able to do, right? And you're not. So that's interesting. Just keep trying to force this. Never mind, we'll just kill him first. There I really prioritized getting it out. And no luck. Okay. Trident of freezing. Boy, Dino doesn't stick around very long if you can't immediately find enemies. And see, now it's forcing me into a tricky situation here. Because I know I should run. But am I going to? I'm probably not. I'm probably going to try to force this. For better or worse. Okay, we got him. Wow. Yeah, so my initial feeling is that it is way too clunky to get online. But when you do, it feels pretty good. Very strong. Really feel like as much work as it is to get it online, though, it should stay online longer, probably. I mean, that time he timed out in the mid fight. Now it's tanking for me. so clunky to use. There's Ash. Oops, wrong button. Yes. Okay, Ash on D8. Pretty late. We've got Imp back online now. Oh, that's interesting. Wow. That was a two-headed ogre, right? Yeah, it was. Two-headed ogre, and I still can't get the thing up. Granted, probably not an optimal, wasn't like optimizing egg there, I was just optimizing staying alive, but still. Stone arrow could be very good here. Ooh, freezing cloud. At 30% fail rate. There's Maxwell's. Really nice shop here. 30% freezing cloud. I think... I kind of think we get a direct damage spell online here with Stone Arrow, probably. I do like Freezing Cloud, obviously. It's cheap enough I can buy both. So we're going to go for direct damage first. Get that online right now. See, I'm just like tanking hits now to try to get this online. And I do. Look at that, Jeremiah is already almost dead because it was attacking around the corner. Wow. Yeah, so that stomp, 4d7 with a range of 4 is exceptionally strong this early in the game. His melee damage is 31, so I guess that's the justification for it being this hard to get online. Because it is like super good. I'm still wearing basic robes, so I'm going to take all those items. See, probably go to draining over the halberd, yep. Throw the halberd on the ground. leather armor on the ground. It killed a wyvern while I was doing inventory stuff here. It's just such a weird spell. Because it's so astonishingly powerful that you want to prioritize it and get it online in like basically every fight. But it's so clunky that you can't do it most of the time. Another ring of intelligence that I forgot about. Probably go for two of those over protection, given my current defenses at 12 and 14. Don't need the AC ring, and that makes everything really easy to cast. And more powerful, of course. Okay, so she's got fire damage, mesmerize at 29% rather. I don't have any fire resistance. I have warping, I have charming, I have fog. Oh, nice timing with the yak pack too. Wow. Swamp dragon scales? I don't mind if I do. Just let Dino get in there and handle the yaks. And he times out as the gnolls come in. Just awful. But I guess dog is strong enough at this point to handle it. Feels so bad though, man. Watch him time out in the middle of this fight. No, he did all right, just after. Okay, we're going to swap into Steam Dragon scales here, because Steam Dragons are... Oh, I don't have Steam Dragon scales. I picked up Swamp Dragon. I don't have any fire immunity, or resistance rather. Okay. I'm going to come at this from this angle, I think. So that we have more room to position. Okay. See, in that situation, I feel like is the problem with the Dino, is when you've got a dangerous enemy, you need it dead right now, not in 6 or 7 turns, whatever it takes for the Dino to actually engage. I guess you can argue that the strategy really is that you just need to throw your other summons in front of it and tank for it for a while, but boy, it just feels really bad a lot of the time. Like here, I can't get it out in time, probably. I'm going to try anyway because we do have the old alligator, crocodile. Whoops, forgot what I was doing there. So this is pretty handy. While those guys slept, I'm getting my Dino online. But how often is that going to work out? Willpower. Oh, hello. Buckler, yes please. Wow, it can pretty much clear a screen of orcs if you can get it up. Oh, it's too bad that's anti-magic. That's pretty good otherwise. Obviously can't put that on. Just can't justify it. Look at that, 2 scrolls of acquirement. And I hate this. So we're taking gold and magic regen. I don't even think we have an amulet either. No, we don't. So absolutely going to be taking that. So that was a good find. Kind of lackluster requirements there. Get rid of, oops, I don't want to drink it when I throw it on the ground. Along with the traction, inkwell. Haven't even used stone arrow yet. Cloud is at 16% fail rate, so that's essentially online. Wow. I don't know. With the Dino, I just don't know. I'm going to sit here, I'm going to tank for it. And it's just going to disappear. Okay, so we are on D10. We have found the lair, and we only have 1 pip of Ash Piety, which means we are going to be diving into lair now, rather than going down any lower. I do have money. I think I'm going to go with Box of Beasts. I know it's just 1 more summon, but it's a really strong evocable. Could also get Freezing Cloud at this point. Oops, that was the wrong button. But that's okay. Pretty sure it was at the same place. No. Box of Beasts. And now we'll go to a lair. So you can cast Egg without enemies on the screen, unlike the Clockwork Bee. In case you wanted to like prep an area to pull back into, for example. There we go. Just tanked a couple hits for no reason so I could get it online. See if we can use it. Just times out so fast. Okay, pretty quickly handles the pack once it's online. You know, I suppose that this is where Dino shines, is Lair and probably Orc. You really gotta force it though. It is a like play defining spell. Mastery and Cunning is a... I think I've already got both. Yes, so this is a throwaway onto the helmet. Well, we'll see if it lasts for this fight. Certainly most of it. Nice. Hey, when it works, it works. Just trying to force it online so we can come up here and fight these frogs maybe, but of course they've moved on. Even the egg itself times out faster than you'd like it to, I think. There's elements. I can go on magic regen. Fireball and Dragon's Call. Permafrost Eruption. I'm going to get this instead of Freezing Cloud, probably. There's Lightning Spire, too. Big fan of that spell. You know, actually, this pairs really well with our gameplay right now of building a base and waiting for Dino to come online. So, yeah, we're doing that. Oh, that's a bit scary, isn't it? Confused Dino? Yeah, that's a bit scary. Yeah, so it's interesting now because Lightning Spire by itself can carry through into the S branches. Lightning Spire plus Egg and Croc, you know, alarm goes off. Okay, retreat into the stairs. Not gonna make it. Really nice. Really good combo. Don't need that extra intelligence anymore. Introspection, we'd like to keep that one. Cool, that's 4 pips of Ash Piety right there. We're going to switch back to intelligence. And then I think we're going to switch over to the Staff of Cold. Here's our new helmet, so we're going to replace that one. That was where we put our throwaway curse earlier. Yeah, the redundant sorcery and cunning. There's ramparts and armor. I could definitely see getting armor online with this build, given that we're just kind of tanking a bunch of stuff. And to be fair, we're only wearing robes right now. Which begs the question, should I be wearing this armor? I think the answer is definitely yes. Get rid of that robe. Not going to need that. Get rid of alchemy staff. We have redundant poison resistance now on the cloak and the armor. So because we're wearing that armor, I'm not going to use the armor spell because it works much worse with dragon scales than it does with robes. You'll only get 3 or 4 armor out of it right now, so that's not worth it. Fireball's potential, but we don't need it. I mean, our game plan is make a base and defend it. We got magic regen, which means that we can continually heal and buff our dog. There's Servitor, Battlesphere, Bombard. You know, we have Dart with Battlesphere, which is extremely strong. How many amnesias? 4. So I feel a bit liberal here with memorizing spells that I don't really need or that I will forget later on. So we'll get this online. So now we're very versatile. We can do the base building strategy, or we can pull out the orb and just use that. Both of which on their own are completely viable right through S branches. So it's an understatement to say that we are extremely strong at this point. I'll come back to that plant later. There's companions. I don't have companions yet. It's one of the most important ones. Begs the question, where do we want it? I'm thinking the scales. The first thing we're going to do after we put this on is destroy the helmet and put this +2 helmet on. I know I'm going to destroy this second ring of intelligence at some point, probably the first one later on too. So let's go with, oh, there's also the Staff of Cold. Now we're going to go scales. And then we're going to break the helmet. Wear the new helmet. So now we're up to 21 armor. G and and H and C and B and A and A. And just go ahead and fill the screen here. Whoops. Forgot I didn't have the reach anymore. There's Dino. Boy, he feels like he was designed for Lair and Orc. Forgot I had Croc. I've got so many summons already that kind of forget what I got. Just pouring all of my mana into healing the dog there. Nice. Wow, there's Summon Forest. If you were a pure summoner, which I guess I'm playing that way, but like for any other species, we really got the summoner's skill set here, spellbook set. It's kind of incredible. I mean, this again is like building bases. Pairs well with our egg. Just look at that. You just put everything out there and completely wreck. Whoops, wrong button. H is my orb, my sphere. I is my forest. Here's our first real challenge in a while. 63% paralyzed is pretty scary. We've got 4 enlightenments. So we were able to kill Rupert there before the egg hatched, which is just really something. Our damage is so high right now. Almost makes you feel like you should get the Alister's Alembic online to buff your dudes. It's getting a bit ridiculous, actually. You know what? I'm going for it. I think I'm going full summoner. Now let's think here. Let's look at our spells. What is the order of spells that we cast? You want to egg online early so that it opens up, hatches. forest as well needs time to get running with the vines. So does Alembic. So I guess you go something like Egg Forest, Alister's robot, Lightning Sphere, Dog, Battle Sphere in there somewhere? I have no idea. E, Step. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't get the tile change on the ground. Wonder why that happened. Miscast that. This is layer 5, so we definitely want to be building up right now. Okay, there's Dino. Forest is running now. Never summoned dog. So just finishing up Orc here, and we're still in the same game plan of casting Forest, Egg, Alisters, using Croc to get away, and Lightning Tower, etc. Then we come up the last stairwell and see Fanrar, the Ice Elementalist, so we pull him down, and we're worried about his refrigeration, but it does less damage when you're close to a bunch of allies, and so we're kind of sticking close to our allies, and he can't hurt us very much. Take him out pretty quickly. We used this basic strategy to clear out all of Orc very easily, very quickly. Dinosaur does very well in places like this where you have low armor enemies in clusters like that, and he just gets his AoE damage out there and smashes everything. So it became much less clunky once we started focusing on building our little defensive area to get Dinosaur online. And if Dinosaur didn't come online, we were much less in a pickle than we were in Dungeon because we had so much other damage output. So here's another fight where we summon Forest first, of course, because ultimately Forest is doing more damage over more area than Dino is. So Dino comes on a little bit later. And if it doesn't come on, it doesn't come on. You can see that we have pretty much all resistance at this point, except for corrosion, and are nearly fully cursed. So looking good on that end. Just kind of getting rid of some old gear to optimize our curses. We found this amazing ring here, Aralek, Int, Mana, etc. And then we have the choice of Snake Pits versus Swamp. So I'm always taking Swamp there unless I need a better shield. Snake's a great place to get a shield upgrade. So we're pretty happy right now with our Kite Shield. It doesn't have anything special, I don't think, on it, but oftentimes you get enchanted shields in Snake. But with 1 pip of fire resistance, 1 pip of cold resistance, and poison resistance, Swamp should be a cakewalk for us. So I'll let you watch that, and I'll give more commentary at the next chapter marking. Heading into Swamp 4 now, we get a pretty aggressive opening, and go ahead and get Forest up. Our egg is in a bad location, but we're feeling relatively confident here with really high defenses and really good shield and so on. And so we just start filling the screen with allies, and Forest is in a nice position here where it's cutting off the pathway to get to us, allowing us to kind of defend this for the stairway for a little bit. And the nice thing about Forest here is that it cancels out the Spriggan Druid's ability to cast Forest. So we take out some enemies there, reduce their numbers, and now we're going to go to a different downstair. And this one has the Whis, who has the ability to banish us still. So we're looking at Enlightenment. Just double checking that we're within a safe range, and we decide to go for it. Got Thorn Hunter, the Spriggan Druid, the Whis. So another really dangerous entryway. You notice the entrance to the Ruin Vault is right there in the bottom left as well. So that's why we're going to start pulling a bunch of dangerous enemies. But the strategy here is pretty much the same as the last stairwell. We're defending our ground, holding our ground for a little while, trying to cut down on the number of enemies. And now I'm really just focusing on the Whis, trying to kill them before I run out of mana. I'm sitting pretty low on mana right now. So it's between the Hydra and the Unique. And we're very much loving to have Yaras here as well. So anytime we get debuffs on anything or they buff themselves, we're hitting them with Yaras, which makes it way easier for our summons, our Forest, etc. to get damage on there because it reduces hit dice on the enemies. So we're sticking around longer than we'd like to here just to make sure we get some of these kills. Always looking for Yara's targets. The only reason I stay here, really, is that the Spriggan had reach, which means that if I needed to retreat up to upstairs, it wouldn't come with us. So that was a pretty safe place to be. And same deal there. I'm just trying to get more mana efficiency by sticking around a little longer. But we don't want to fight there with low mana. So we try the third staircase. It's right next to the first one. Another dangerous entryway. And so we build up our little defensive area. And we're going to take some damage here for a little bit while we whittle down the numbers. It's interesting though that this is still the same strategy effectively that we were using in Lair, and we've only added Yaras to the mix so far, I think. But what I've done there is really good basic strategy for difficult floors where you might need to come into them, clear some space, go back up, try different stairways. You might have to do this multiple times just until you can get a foothold like I have here, and then you start venturing, only then further into the zone. So yeah, this floor did not have learning on it, so basically we've pulled that entire rune vault for the most part, and we're just cleaning up what's left over at this point. So I'll go ahead and skip forward to the next commentary section. I'll see you there. So next up we have Snake. And we've got a bit of an aggressive entryway, but not nearly as bad as it can be. Still pretty much in the same game plan. Casting Forest, setting up our minions, and just defending the exit pathway in case we need to get out of here. I'm going to be using Yaras a lot more often in Snake Pit because the snakes like to buff themselves much more often than things in shoals do. Not shoals, swamps, sorry. So, it's interesting here. We're still trying to use Egg. And I think that it's still relevant. It's only a 4 mana cost spell. And I'm definitely not forcing it at this point. It's not worth forcing. But when you can get it online, you're effectively getting another summon, which I would estimate is probably worth something like 6 or 7 mana, actually. And the fact that it spawns as an egg first is the only way it gets away with being 4 mana. So if you can get it online for free, almost, or like with no extra effort, it's mana efficient to at least try, I think. It's certainly pulling its weight if you can get it online. But you can see here, I've spawned Egg. It's only 1 tile off, and I'm deciding it's not actually optimal to even step 1 step to get it online. It's more like I spawn it in, maybe it's a body blocker. If it's helpfully close, then I'll do it. But in that case, our mana and health are too low. And we're just going to regen, go back down, do a little stair dancing, reset the fight. That's one thing that Summoner's really, really good at, is resetting fights. It gives you escape mechanisms because your summons are there. You can trade places with them to get to the stairs and block your enemies, etc. And then when you come back down, you can, like with Forest, you just quickly fill the screen with allies. And, it lets you keep enemies away very easily and really hold your ground for longer than you would be able to with a lot of other backgrounds. That's why I often lean so heavily into summoning. It's just the versatility of it, the strength in these harder positions where you're just entering 4s. And, the tactics with summons are good all game long. So we're coming up against a really nice amulet here. And I'm really considering it quite a bit because we've got Mana Regen Amulet on. And I put it on my shopping list in case I ever want to trade to it. I never do in this entire game because, Mana Regen is just the best on most casters, in my opinion. And it's really hard for me to find an amulet that I think is worth switching into over mana regeneration. So it'd be interesting to hear if anybody disagrees with that. I know some people do. I've had some conversations in the Discord about, what is the actual value of mana regen versus, say, one of the new amulets that's going to have an enhancer on it. I'm interested to try them. I forget what the enhancers are on amulets. I think there's only a certain subset, but if it was summoning or even if it's elemental enhancers on them, and then compare that to having mana regen. I've argued in theory, I think the mana regen is probably better, even still, but some people are going to have differing opinions on that. And it's going to depend also on what spells you have, what spells you're trying to cast, and if you actually need spell power or not. With summons, oftentimes, spell power is not that important. Just being able to cast it more times to get more bodies, that's what's really critical. And so, I like that gameplay of having options between enhancer and mana regen amulets because different people and different builds are going to choose different options, and that makes for good gameplay. There we picked up Fulsome Fusillade, which I end up getting online later on in slime pits. I like to use that as an alternative to ignition if I can't find ignition or can't get it on for some reason. We're also keeping an eye on Spellforge Servitor here. We've got Bombard, so we're going to be looking to pair Bombard and Spellforge Servitor at some point to add to our menagerie of summons. So later in Vaults, we get into this fight, which looks rather innocuous. And we end up cleaning it up pretty well. And we think it's basically over as soon as these two enemies die. And then another enemy comes around the corner. And what happens here, watch. The same turn that Alister's golem disappears and we get marked. And so now we're looking for upstairs. And they're all in the same spot in the middle of the map. We choose to go the path that we had found before rather than charging over a new path. Just looking at the map, I think that's the right decision in retrospect. But what happens is we get down here and we have enemies trailing us, and then we have enemies coming from our front. So we're flanked. So we set up shop, summoning forest, the lightning tower, etc. And we step down. Now we've got ranged enemies on either side of us. So now we're in a bit of a pickle. We've got to defend this location. So now's when we get Egg out, and we're going to stand next to it the rest of this fight. And so just pay attention to how long it takes to hatch. The Death Knight is the big scary thing on the map right here, so we're dispelling it using Yara's and really making sure we don't get hit with its pain-based abilities and the damage reflection, being very careful of that. All the ranged guys on the left side of the screen have reflect, so I can't hit them with bombard, which is what I'd like to do. I end up needing to use wands for that. Another Death Knight comes around the corner and he hits us for nearly half our health. And notice the Egg is still unhatched after all that fighting. So we end up pulling away, respawning Egg, but it's too far away. We set up shop again, new forest, new lightning tower, and so on. But this fight gets a little too dangerous for us here, sitting at this low of health. And so we hit the teleport scroll. So it's interesting here that in terms of the order of spells that I cast, when I got into trouble there, Egg was in the middle of the pack, actually. Before elemental damage spells, but basically after all the other summons. And so I'm still thinking about it. I'm not focusing it anymore. I'm thinking basically if I can get it out, get it online, it's going to be an obvious boon to us. But that it certainly isn't worth focusing. And long story short, that is what made it not hatch, right? It takes so long to hatch that if you cast all of your other summons first before getting Egg set up, it's not likely to join you in that fight. And so while if it did, it would certainly have good AoE damage. I found at this stage in the game, I wasn't getting it out often enough. So it's kind of past its sweet spot, right? The early game was the same story. It was hard to get out, clunky, etc. If you did get it out, it was great. But usually the fights were over before it came out. And then in Lair, it was fantastic. It was like perfectly balanced for Lair. And now we're past the S branches where it really fell off. Into Lair, still trying to use it because its damage is still good in vaults rather, but it's back to not being easy to get online versus your other spells, which are much higher damage together and they're faster, right? And so they're taking care of most of the fight before Egg even has a chance to come online. So we're kind of back past the peak, if you will. It's a bell-shaped curve in that sense. Not great in the early or late game, but really good in Lair, I think is what my conclusion is so far. Here we're heading into the Vault in Elves 3, and we're still on the full Summoner game plan. Spellforged Servitor out front, we've got the Battle Sphere beside us, and we're casting Bombard through it. This is a great area for getting Forest up, but of course the Dryad, being suicidal as it is, runs right up front, and so we're just going to take advantage of it, blocking line of sight so that we don't get banished here. And we're just kind of building up our base. We cast Egg, it's over in the corner, and too far away to be relevant, because we want this hallway to be in line of sight, of course. So mostly keeping Servitor up, letting Lightning Spire do damage, getting Servitor up front, and then shooting our own Bombard through there when we can, or Yara's to dispel, because these elves do buff quite a bit. And then all of these summons, every time they pop a summon out, I'm dispelling the summons to get more Yara's damage on the summoner. And that's good AoE damage too, of course. We're keeping Forest up because if we can get a hallway of trees, that works really well against elves. The elves would have to walk down the hallway while getting hit by these trees the whole way, and that really softens things up for us. Here's a Brimstone Fiend. Yara's coming in super handy to just dispel that. Dispelling these guys' buffs. You know, it's worth noting that Yara's does trigger Battle Sphere, so I was using that earlier in the fight, but we're getting low on mana here, so I'm just focusing being able to cast Yara's for that AoE damage. So the fight's going to start to go a little sideways here because we're low on mana, we're a little damaged, and we don't have our base built anymore, just Servitor out front. And the two elves facing us do either high damage or they can banish us. So we're watching line of sight here, but we're not in an optimal position, that's for sure. You've got this alarm trap here, which is just kind of annoying. It's not in too problematic an area. Go ahead and pop the Enlightenment potion so that we are much less likely to get banished. And then the Earth Elementalist comes around the corner and starts making the Hoarfrost cannons behind us. So we're fully flanked at this position, and I'm looking at what wands can get rid of the closest elf. We can't shoot through it with the lightning rod to get the other elves. Probably should have got that box of beast open up a little earlier in this part of the fight if I was going to be critical of how that went down. Because the box of beast with this level of evocations, when you can pull the fire-breathing one out of there, it's extremely powerful against elves. And probably could have just about cleared that opening chamber by itself. This is funny, the Archmage there blinked, or the Annihilator rather, blinked right beside me. I didn't even notice it for a turn. Luckily it didn't come back to bite us. So now we're just going to clean up loot and see what we have in the chamber. Slime 5 now after finishing Depths, and we're about to fight the Royal Jelly. So we have Crystal Sphere online and we have Fulsome Fusillade online. So the first thing we're going to do is pop a Brilliance, and then when we go to cast Fusillade, it's going to be much cheaper to keep online. And then I'm just going full AoE damage here, so I read an Immolation Scroll as well. We have 2 pips of fire resistance at this point in the game, so we're not too scared of Immolation, and we're just going to keep Fusillade up while trying to keep a little bit of distance between us and the rock slimes and the Royal Jelly in particular. So there's an interesting bit of positioning here that we're thinking about. The rock slimes are near to us, they can push us back, so we're keeping an eye on that, but we're also really prioritizing killing that Royal Jelly. So we're going to warp these guys away. Fusillade kills Royal Jelly. We think about using Croc to move back, but it's going to move us into the acid wall. So instead, we're going to take a step back, which is going to leave that blue jelly in an angle where we can use Croc to get away from the acid walls. So now we just have rock slime to deal with here. And that's the point where we're going to switch over to Crystal Sphere. And we're just going to start gunning everybody down with Crystal Sphere. Between us and our Spellforged Servitor casting Crystal Spheres, not much stands in the way. So, Fulsome Fusillade, really pulling through there. This is really the perfect zone for it. You know, I think I'd still prefer Ignition if I had the choice of both spells, just because it doesn't hit my allies. And when you have really high density, Ignition is still going to be better because the overlap between each ignition site is ultimately going to be higher than when you have the reagents overlapping with each other. So the damage is even higher than it is with Fulsome Fusillade when you're getting the bonus overlap damage, I believe. Certainly feels that way in my experience. And then you have the doesn't affect your allies thing on top of it. Just makes it, in my opinion, a better spell to have online. Ignition, that is. But when you get either one or the other, you're pretty much happy to use whichever one you get. You know, they're both extremely mana efficient in high density areas. Fusillade is always highly mana efficient, but it really has the competition for mana efficiency with Ignition in high density areas because you're just going to clean it up so quickly with Ignition. So, both great spells. Happy to see either one. Also very happy to be seeing this Gell's Gravitambourine here. So we're absolutely picking that up, and that is going to play a really strong role in future areas of this game. My absolute favorite evocable. Always good to find that. Just clearing up a fight on Zot 2 now. I'm about to drop into an interesting situation in Zot 3. We have two clowns, one standing next to a distortion trap, which is the real problem here. So I'm trying to figure out a way to get around that distortion trap going off. I chose to fight this because I am diving Zot. And so if you can use the best stairway that you, or the first stairway you come across, you should. So I warped him away. And now I'm just trying to keep these guys off of me. I got hit with a pie, which made me fragile early on. So we're really scared now of the Lich and also of the melee from the clowns. So here's where our Gravitambrine comes in handy. Pile them up there and lock them down. Go ahead and cast Fulsome Fusillade. Yaras to dispel haste on the Lich. That's the main thing we're trying to get dead as soon as possible. And then we're just considering some options here. But end up going with Silver Javelins, which are extremely good against undead. And we one-shot him with that. So like I was saying, I was really debating fighting this or not. But I figured if I could avoid anything hitting that distortion trap, that we'd be just fine. And this was by far the closest stairwell to on Zot 2. Here you can see it. Basically, we haven't explored any of Zot 2, so this is the first stairway down. We really want to defend it if we can. And it was easy enough to do, you know, largely because of Gel's Gravitambrine. So we're still using Fulsome Fusillade here, and then we get guys next to us, and we're going to pull out yet another movement trick, which is the dispersion darts, which then opens up a space for us to use Wand of Warping. And now we have something scary pop onto the screen, which is that cursed toe. So even though it's not highlighted red like the clowns are, that's what we're focusing on at this point. We want to get that thing dead ASAP. So now that it's a little bit closer, we disperse the clown, get it away from us. And now we're looking at what wands can I shoot through to the toe. Go with the Wand of Acid rather. And it takes us 3 shots, but we get it down before it does any torment to us and before it summons anything. So really quite effective. Almost an entire kill on that toe with evocables only. A little bit of Fusillade in there. Now we switch over to our Crystal Sphere and we just mow them down. Really great spell for cleaning up the last few dudes. Kind of a fun little fight. I thought that fight was worth having in the thumbnail for this video. It looked scarier than it was. Obviously, when we were fragile, if the Lich had hit us, it could have chunked us for quite a lot of damage, and we might have needed to use a Blink Scroll at that point. But as it turns out, it never even got an attack in on us, I don't think. Certainly not a high damage one. And, you know, using movement spells and evocables and darts and all sorts of stuff to control the location of the enemies was absolutely the most powerful thing that helped that fight. Just controlling where everybody was at all times. And here's the final fight that I'm going to commentate for this game. We just popped a scroll of noise, and then we're getting Haunt online to block line of sight, and we're casting MCC to one-shot things that are hidden behind our summons. So that's kind of our Zot game plan at this point. Kind of an awkward net trap here, but there we're getting hit with it again. Still using Forest to kind of control that pathway a little bit, using our summons. We don't want to get mutated too much. And we do have 2 pips of fire online here, so standing next to an orb of fire isn't that scary other than the mutate, so we do that there and let MCC do the work. We also have Crystal Sphere on the Spellforged Servitor, still cranking out tons of damage. Get lucky with a mutation pot there to get rid of our bad mutation. And we're right back to the gameplay of reading that noise scroll, pulling enemies in, and just whittling down the population in both sides of the lungs. This is kind of the game plan I like to do when I first come into Zot 5, into the Zot Lungs, is go to either side, pop noise scroll, pull anything I can and clear it out. Because what I don't want to happen is be working on this side of the lungs, making noise, and then get stuff pulled towards the noise out of the other side of the lungs and get flanked in Zot 5. That's a really bad situation to be in. And so I'm really careful when I first enter to pull as much as I can. And noise scrolls are great for that. I actually hold on to them all game. I basically never use them except in Zot 5 in this specific location. So I like that gameplay. I have used it in so many games at this point. It's quite effective. Yelling also works, but noise scroll's better. But yeah, this the other strategy that we're using here is also really effective, and one of my favorite for Zot, which is just summon a lot of bodies. Haunt especially is really good for this. And then pop MCC while the summons are blocking line of sight. Especially in these tight little hallways like we have here, it is super effective to just stand there and channel MCC while your dudes are fighting and blocking movement of the enemy. It's also an effective place, as you saw there, to cast Fulsome Fusillade, because everything just stacks up, and like Ignition, it just keeps hitting them, and you're more likely to overlap your reagents in a tight space like this. Of course, your allies are more likely to get hit as well, so trade-offs, I guess. I wasn't careful enough there, and somebody stepped on that dispersion trap and kind of mixed us up a little bit, but, you know, we have luckily been pulling quite a bit of stuff, so the population density is low here. We do have a cancellation, which we end up using, but we allowed both of those enemies to get teleported away from us just by standing in place. So if you ever get silenced like that, cancellation's your best bet. And then if anything ever gets teleported away in Zot when you're in the lungs, most likely it's going to end up behind you. So that's why I like to pull back. Oftentimes, if I don't find it, I'll go looking for it, because I hate for things to flank me in Zot 5. So it's worth finding those enemies that get teleported away. And now here we're positioning to keep the lowest number of dispersion traps on our screen at any one time. is kind of the main goal, and alarm traps too. I really don't like that positioning I just chose there where the alarm trap was on my screen. Usually I would step back from that so that it wasn't. That's something to keep an eye on, is just trying to keep those off screen, out of your field of vision so that they don't get triggered. Those Orb Guardians are so fast they can pop around the corner and step on traps before you can do anything about it. So always just be aware of that. But that's pretty much it. We're going to pop a haste potion here, grab the orb, and not worry about any of the other enemies. I've said it before, but I'm very much a fan of running rather than fighting, and that extends to not even clearing out both lungs. So at this point, we're just running away. We got a stairwell right by the entrance to the Zot Lungs here. So we're just going to skip the teleport traps and run straight to the stair. And, you know, as I mentioned earlier, we dive Zot. And so I have very little of each floor revealed. But it works out just fine. I mean, that is my standard practice. So a lot of people have differing opinions on that, whether or not you dive it or clear it. My feeling is that you have enough experience by the time you get here. And Zot is a really dangerous place. So I'd rather just get through it quickly and get back out. I wasn't careful enough there, and the dispersal trap got triggered. Pulled us back into line of sight of this Panlord here, and so it cost us a blink scroll, basically. That's okay. We have plenty. It's time to spend your resources on the orb run. So that's it for the Summoner in the Greater Gnoll Challenge. That's a streak of 2, and I hope you'll tune in for the next, where we'll be going for a 3 streak. Good luck out there.